Okay, so let's start. First of all, welcome everybody. I'm happy to see many young faces. What? Well, I don't know what to do with echo. Okay, so today we will talk, we'll have a FROGEE seminar and roundtable event, and I'll try to open this event with saying a couple words about FROGEE. Can we do something with echo? Okay. Well, then I will not be able to move slides. So, first let me introduce myself. My name is Lev Lvovsky. I'm academic director of BEROC, and my main research topic is actually gender, economics of gender, which of course encompasses gender inequality. I want to introduce you to the world of FROGEE, what FROGEE means. Nobody knows, of course, maybe even elders like Michal, who were at the beginning of FROGEE, don't remember what FROGEE stands for. But G is for gender, and one of E's should be for equality, I hope. Yes? No. Then it's for Eastern Europe. Okay, so I guessed at least one word. FROGEE initiative is initiative of FREE Network. FREE Network is a network of independent institutions who sometimes do joint research. And FROGEE is a special project supported by Swedish Development Agency that helps people from all these institutions to conduct research on gender and gender equality. So it includes our colleagues from Sweden, BEROC from Belarus, BICEPS from Latvia, CenEA from Poland, ISET from Georgia, and Kyiv School of Economics from Ukraine. The goal of this project is simple. Nowadays, it's very common to think about gender issues, to think about gender equality. There are lots of discussions, lots of policies, but large part of these discussions, unfortunately, is more or less opinion-based. What we wanted with this project is try to bring more facts to this discussion to make public dialogue more informed and fact-based and to bring better policies as a result of this research and fact-based dialogue. So what we do, well, we conduct conferences on specific issues, like the last conference, well, no, the last was in Georgia, before that was in Warsaw about gender equality in academia. We do workshops and provide expertise, well, the main product that we produce is called Free Policy Briefs, so FROGEE briefs. Each FROGEE brief takes one particular topic and discusses what we know from research about this question, and then hopefully every country from our network writes a country-specific part, what happens about this particular problem, this aspect, in each respective country. So we started this series with analysis of parentalist policies, which policies actually work and which policies are employed to try to boost fertility in developed world. We wrote about many topics after that, why women are underrepresented in politics, what happens with women in academia, and even if there is role of gender policies and gender equality policies in reconstruction of Ukraine, which already started now, but of course the main part will be after the war will be over. Yeah, so because I don't know how to create QR codes, you can just follow this link. It's easy to find with free policy briefs FROGEE. And if you're interested in this topic, I highly recommend these policy briefs as an introduction to particular topics, as place to start your research on something related to gender equality that you are interested in. So with this, I will actually finish and give word to our first presenter, Michał Mik from CenEA.
Thank you. Let me just set things up. Great. Can I speak to this one or not? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Lev, for this introduction, and thank you for coming to this seminar or workshop. My name is Michał Mik. I'm the director of one of the nodes of the free network that Lev was talking about, the Center for Economic Analysis. We're based in Szczecin in Poland. Monika Oczkowska and Artur Król, two colleagues from CenEA, are here as well. If you want to establish contacts with us, please talk to us during the break. The objective of this talk, the seminar today is about gender equality or gender inequalities in old age. The objective of the first talk is to sort of build a context for the discussion later on in terms of the material or financial inequalities in old age. And I think a good background or a good context for that is a broad approach to how we should think of financial or material conditions as we get older. This is a talk which builds on very many specific research projects which we've developed over the years and which we participated over the years. In particular, builds on research based on the Survey of Health, Aging and Retirement in Europe, the SHARE survey, which focuses on people aged 50 plus. It's a European survey. Lithuania is part of that survey as well. Other countries in the Baltics and almost all countries in the EU. It's a panel survey with interviews conducted every 2 years with a representative sample of people aged 50 plus in all these countries. And I'll show you some of the potential of this data to examine material conditions in old age, and through that to try to understand the drivers behind different forms of inequality, including gender inequality in old age. As I said, it builds on many projects. It builds on work with many colleagues and co-authors on projects funded by CEDA, as the FREE Network and the FROGEE specifically is funded by. SHARE has been largely funded by EU contributions from the European Commission, but not only, there's also a lot of other funders who contributed to the development of the project. And a lot of the work that we've done has also been funded by the National Science Center in Poland. Now, the background for all this discussion are the demographic changes that we see happen in front of our eyes at a speed which is basically unprecedented. This chart shows you the old age dependency ratio for different countries. Poland is in the red and Sweden is in blue, and there's Lithuania somewhere there as well in the dotted gray line. The sort of financial burden, if you want to understand it in that way, of the aging society will rapidly grow over the next few decades. It has very significant implications for the economic conditions of the countries, growth, labor market, consumption, and as a result, quickly growing pressure on public finances. This relates to sustainability of pension systems, and of course, as populations age, very rapidly growing pressure on healthcare. So, there will be growing demands on financing these demographic changes, and economies will have to adjust from the point of view of engaging these older populations in the labor market on the one hand, and on the other hand, caring for them in cases when individuals need such care. The economic challenges related to that is labor market reforms, and reforms aimed at expanding the tax base. Someone will have to pay for these changes. We'll need to rethink the tax system to fit it better in terms of long-term growth. There will be challenges related to the welfare system. People, older people will need adequate support in terms of both in cash and in-kind support. And then, of course, we will need a sort of consensus building for a effective and fair policy mix with regard to income transfers, in-kind support, and support through public services. And in all that, to address all these challenges, we really need to understand what the role of material conditions is across our lives, but in particular in old age. And I'll try to give you a sort of context, a broad context for thinking how challenging it is to really have an idea what material conditions are, how they can be measured, and what we can do about that. When we're thinking of policy, there may be different policy objectives for the government or for some pressure groups and so on. In the end, what we want is, if we simplify it, is we want people to be happy, right? And SHARE has a number of measures of happiness, including such simple ones as just asking people how satisfied you are with your life, but also more complex ones. One of them is called CASP, and it has questions related to 4 dimensions: control, autonomy, self-realization, and pleasure. And we can build an index on the basis of these questions, and look at it in across different dimensions and in different countries at different times, at different ages, and so on. So that's what we did. We computed this CASP index, and what you see in this chart is a comparison of the index compared to Germany. Okay, so these bars show you how lower or how much lower or how much higher the average index in different countries is compared to Germany. And we only control here for gender and age. Okay, so this is a very simple, basically showing you how the countries differ in terms of, you might call it well-being or satisfaction and happiness compared to Germany. Okay, without any controls for other conditions in these countries. And then we can add controls to these regressions to try to understand what's behind these differences. So when we, for example, add things like demographics, employment, cognitive abilities, health, you can see that some of these differences get smaller. Okay, so it's not just some specific country characteristics that drive these differences, but there's people are actually different in different states in these different countries. And then when we add to those material conditions, and I'll show you briefly what I mean by that, some of these differences completely disappear. Okay, so there's no difference between Germany and France, between Germany and Poland, between Germany and Sweden, once we control for all these conditions, including financial or material conditions. And that's an interesting finding, because that tells us that we know a lot about what drives well-being in old age. And if we know what drives well-being in old age, well, we can start addressing these specific dimensions to improve well-being in the countries where it is lower compared to others. We cannot explain everything, but we explain a fair proportion in almost all of these countries by these indicators. Now, in this case, we measured material conditions through a complex set of indicators, and they all turn out to be important. I will talk later on about some of those, but people were asked if they have difficulties with making ends meet, if they cannot afford a large unexpected expense, if they need to save on heating, if they postponed doctor visits due to costs, postponed a dentist visit due to cost, and if they are owners of homes or flats. So these are just indicators of material well-being, of material conditions. I will talk a little bit more about them in a minute, but this is what we included in the regression here. One important and interesting finding when we compare the different stages of analysis, especially from the point of view of today's seminar, is that we have these three specifications. In specification 1, we just control for age and gender. Specification 2 adds health and employment and cognitive abilities and demographics. Specification 3 includes material conditions. In specification 2 and 3, you can see that the sign of the female control flips. Okay, so when we don't control for anything, women seem to be worse off. But actually, when we start controlling for the different dimensions, the gender dummy, the coefficient on the gender dummy changes signs, which means that women are worse off, or their well-being is lower because they are in worse health, or they have worse material conditions, etc., etc. So again, we can understand, and we know what drives these differences. And from a policy perspective, once we know that, we can do something about it, or try to do something about it. Okay, so briefly an overview of what I'll talk about. I'll give more examples from SHARE about measuring material conditions using survey data. I'll tell you about my preferred approach to material conditions in old age, how I think we should approach analysis of material conditions in old age through material resources and material needs. I will talk about how incomes, assets are measured in SHARE, and also about several alternative ways of evaluating material conditions. And then at the end, I will try to draw some conclusions for policy interventions with regard to material conditions in old age, and talk a little bit about improved targeting of support, access to public services, and also about the importance of individualized approach to evaluation of material conditions, something that we are working on at the moment. Okay, so this is the sort of summary of what, in my view, we should do and how we should approach material well-being in old age. Not only in old age, but I think in particular when we are thinking of differences in old age. It's not enough, in my view, to think of resources. When we're talking about material well-being, and especially in old age, we also need to think about needs, okay? So, in terms of resources, a comprehensive approach to resources needs to look at different dimensions of resources. So if you think of your material well-being, we need to consider stocks, so capital, you know, how much capital you've got accumulated. And that in old age would mean pension wealth, financial assets, savings, investments, fixed assets, for example, housing, other property. So this all constitutes your capital and the stock of your wealth. Then we need to bear in mind the flows. Okay, so this is incomes, and incomes in a very comprehensive manner, including, of course, earnings and self-employment income, but in old age, incomes from pensions and savings, gains from owning a house, various transfers between family members, welfare benefits from government, of course, but also things like depreciation of capital. Okay, it's also part of the flows and the changes to your financial conditions. And then both stocks and flows can be subject to shocks. And we've seen a number of shocks over the last years and decades. There can be shocks to capital. So something can happen to the stock market, for example, and your asset, the value of your assets might drop suddenly. It might go up suddenly as well. This is also a shock. Your house value might change because, I don't know, someone decided to build a factory next to it. Or there's been some disaster like a flood or something like that. Assets can be destroyed. This goes to financial assets as well as fixed assets. There can be economic crisis, which can affect assets in many different ways, as we've seen recently. And there can be also shocks to flows. There are different types of shocks, but these will affect your current position, so to speak, and how much money you have available from month to month. There might be shocks to pension values through inflation, indexation, or lack of indexation, for example. There may be changes in welfare benefits, again, up and down. These will be shocks that could be positive or negatives. There can be shocks to family income through divorce or widowhood, Unemployment is a very common form of shocks, of course, in terms of flows. And there can be income effects of changes in your family status, for example, because of care duties. Okay, you don't become unemployed in the sense that someone is firing you, but you need to resign from your work because of other obligations. So all these shocks to your stock values and your flows will, of course, affect your material resources. So this is how economists think of the financial side of material well-being. Economists have also thought of in the same terms about health. There's a very famous model by Grossman from the 70s, developed later on further in the 80s, where Grossman talks about health in the same sort of terms as we think about assets and wealth. So we can invest in health. We have a stock of health. We can invest in it. Health, our stock of health depreciates. It can appreciate if we take care of ourselves, etc. So there will be stocks of health. There will be flows of health in terms of the depreciation of health as we get older. And of course, there will also be shocks to health through accident, through a sudden identification of some illness, heart attack, etc. Okay, COVID was a health shock, unfortunately, to very many people. And this is important because in old age, health status is one of the key factors affecting the level of material needs. Okay, so we have resources on the one hand, and you have material needs on the other. Additionally, health, of course, affects the way we can generate resources. So, the extent to which we can go to work and continue working as our age grows. Health will, of course, not be the only dimension of needs. There are others, like housing, like heating or cooling your house or flat, etc. But I think especially for individuals in old age, health is a really crucial dimension of material needs. So we have these two dimensions, resources and needs, which build up the overall situation, which we would generally call material conditions. Here's an example of what health can do to the path of your employment. We wrote a paper a long time ago with Peter Hahn using German data, where we looked at the interaction of shocks on the labor market and in the health dimension, looking at what happens to your employment situation when you're hit by a health shock, okay? And you can see that depending on when the health shock happens, the first graph is health shock at the age of 40. The right-hand side graph is health shock at the age of 50. Your employment drops significantly, and so your ability to generate resources, to generate the flow of income, deteriorates. So you're a victim of this double shock. It's health, so you need more. You have higher material needs because you're unhealthy. But then, as an unhealthy person, you cannot work, so your resources suffer on the basis as a result of that as well. There can be other shocks, of course, as well. Monica will talk a little bit about shocks to the family structure through, for example, widowhood. Okay, so we have this background of material resources and material needs, but when you go through the discussion in the media about financial resources, policies towards aging and so on, a lot of that still evolves around poverty, which is defined on the basis of purely on the basis of income. Okay, so not only on the basis of resources, the comprehensive measure of resources. Not only it doesn't include the dimension of needs, it just takes one element of financial resources, income, and people are identified as, poor or not poor, purely on the basis of that. Okay, here's an example. It's an example of poverty rates for people aged 65 plus in couples, which are the solid lines, which are the dotted lines, and people living alone, which are the solid lines in different countries. You can see the differences in levels, you can see the differences in trends, but this is purely income poverty defined entirely on the element of flows, your income flow, and the position relative to other people on the basis of that. A nice quote from Amartya Sen, a Nobel Prize laureate from the late 90s, who's done a lot of work on how, on how we should measure and how we should think about material conditions, is that we must look at impoverished lives and not just at depleted wallets. And I think it contains a lot of the messages I would like to get across to you just in this single quote. It's, material conditions are a very complex thing to talk about, and looking only at incomes is not gonna be terribly helpful when we're trying to develop successful, comprehensive policies to assist people in old age, but also across their life cycle. So how should we then more formally think about resources? This is how economists think about financial conditions. You have your assets expressed in terms of, today's or tomorrow's value, and these assets tomorrow are a combination of the assets you have today, the income you get today. You will spend some of that income through consumption, and then some of your today's assets will generate additional income, so it will go to your assets tomorrow. This is a very simple way of thinking about how resources develop across our lifetimes. So, even if we just want to talk about resources, not even about, mentioning material needs, if we want to talk about resources and measure it correctly, we really need a lot of information. Okay, so we need a good measure of your assets. We need a good measure of your income. We need to know how much you spend, and we need to know how much interest your assets, or how much income your assets today generate for tomorrow, or how much you lose on these assets between today and tomorrow. Okay? The social scientists, economists are given the task to do that essentially on the basis of surveys. And SHARE is one of the surveys of which one of the objectives is really to correctly understand the conditions of older individuals in terms of, this type of formula. So if you think of a practical way of running a survey, there is an interviewer who comes to your house and starts talking about your financial conditions. It's actually not so easy to specifically name or give a number to the things that the interviewer, and through the interviewer us as researchers, is interested in. Okay, there's a long list of items and questions that we need to ask to evaluate your resources correctly. So for income, we would need to ask about earnings, self-employment income, pensions. We would need to ask about private and public pensions, other social security transfers like unemployment or disability benefits, a whole range of welfare benefits, and there can be many. They can be in cash and in kind. They can be transfers. There can be some subsidies, which also affect your material conditions. Then there can be gifts and some personal transfers. They also contribute to how much money you have in a given day. You know, then the next step is how we should measure that, whether we should ask about monthly, weekly, or annual values. In some cases, it'll be, you know, the usual thing is to get your salary every month. But, you know, if we're talking about some large gifts between family members, they don't happen regularly, so then maybe we should think of some different period over which we ask. There is a whole discussion of how we should measure these contributions to your income, whether it should be net or gross, and how to evaluate the difference between them. In a number of situations, like for people with self-employment income, farmers, you know, income is not regular, so, you know, there needs to be specific procedures to try to capture as precisely as possible the value of income that people have at their disposal. SHARE has also developed a sort of catch-all question, you know, just to sort of summarize the average value of your income. So we would ask respondents how much was the overall income after tax that your entire household had in an average month. Okay, so that tries to sort of smooth all these difficulties that we might have with all the other itemized elements. So this is income, but then we come to wealth, and wealth is even more complicated. Okay, so, you know, some people wouldn't necessarily even know how much wealth they have, and, you know, so here comes an interviewer, and we need to know precisely how much wealth you have to, you know, to fit into this formula I showed you earlier. So we need information about housing, and, you know, people might know how expensive their house was when they bought it, but 10 years later, not necessarily, you know, and what we want is the current value of their house, not what it was 10 years ago when they bought it. We would need to know information about their mortgage, because some people buy the house but then need to, they accumulate a specific type of debt which they need to pay, so their net position is different. They might have other properties, some, you know, plot of land, or some plot of with forest, or a little summer house, or a boat, or a car. All these things, right? It all constitutes. They all constitute element of your wealth. Then, of course, we need to go through all the financial assets: stocks, bonds, company ownership. You know, if you own a company, how do we evaluate the value of this company? It's not at all easy. We then need to ask about savings in specific types of different types of accounts. We would need to know, or we would want to know, people's pension wealth. You know, we all, through our lives, accumulate pensions and our pension wealth. And then, of course, we have other assets. We have some paintings on the wall and some jewelry. You know, all this constitutes your wealth. The A in the formula, all of this, you know, is an element of that. So that's just a list of things that your household might have. But then comes the next question and the next level of difficulty: who owns what? Okay. Of course, it might, you know, things might belong to a specific individual in the household, or to the entire family, or to the entire household. And it's not at all easy to define or to identify, you know, who owns which part of what asset. Okay. Is that my car, or is it, someone else's car in the household? And then, so we have that list of stocks, so to speak, of capital. The next question, of course, is, okay, so once we have those, what's the income that they generate? And the income all of these generate is the change in their value, right? So it's what happened to the value of your house between last month and today. It's what happened to your savings. It's what happened to your stocks, etc. The value of your car and the value of your boat or the value of your jewelry will also be changing from month to month. So it's becoming a really complex exercise. So, for example, just to give you a feeling of how strongly assets might affect your financial position. This is an example of 3 households, A, B, C, and they all have the same income. They all get 60,000 euro per year in terms of their income. However, household A has got some savings in the bank, and these savings generate 15,000 a year. Okay. They don't own a flat, so they need to pay rent. So once we account for that, and if we look at after housing income that this household has, we end up with 51,000. Okay. Household B doesn't have savings in the bank because this person decided to buy a flat. So she has a flat which is also worth 300,000, and that flat is appreciating from one year to the other. It gets more and more expensive. So again, it generates some income of, let's say, 15,000, like this savings in the bank. But because this person already has a flat, she doesn't have to pay rent. Okay, so rent is 0. So her income is actually 75,000. Now, there's a third person, and that person doesn't have any savings and doesn't have a flat. Okay, so this person not only doesn't get any income from assets, but also still needs to pay rent because they need to live somewhere. Let's say it's the same value, 24,000. So their income after housing is 36,000. So even though these 3 people have the same income, so when we go and ask them how much money did you get last year, they would all tell us 60,000. Because of their asset position, their financial resources are very, very different. Okay, and this is a simple example. This is the simplest possible example you can think of. And of course, once we add to that different household composition and so on, it gets more complicated. In income measures, we do something called equivalization, so we adjust household incomes for household composition. But this is where adjustments usually stop. So we say, okay, different types of households would actually need different amount of income to be equally well off because of their composition. But the analysis stops there, and the other needs are no longer considered, and they should be in a way, because they do determine the level of material needs. So things like health and long-term care and disability certainly affect those. So when we look at the needs dimension, this is an example from SHARE where we looked at the needs of different people at different ages, men and women, in different countries, their needs in terms of care. Okay, so these are older people. Some of them are very old, 85 plus, 90 plus, and so on. And for different age groups, each bar for every country is a different age group, different for men, different for women. For each age group, we calculated in a special procedure, we calculated the number of hours per month they would need the number of hours of care they would need given their conditions. And the differences are not so big when we look at the youngest, between 50 and 64, but when we look at older people, the 85+ groups, you can see that within these groups, there are people who don't need any additional support. They are fine on their own. But there are people who need more than 100 hours per month of care given their health status and health conditions, okay? So if you think of sort of planning your life, you don't know how much care you will need, right? But in a if you were to insure yourself against the cost of care, you would need to consider these conditions and the likelihood of these conditions, and some people would be able to save enough to be able to provide for themselves, and some others wouldn't. So as you can see, the level of needs in terms of care, given health status of these individuals, can be very, very different. And therefore, their material conditions through this channel of material needs will be very different. Okay, so, well, so we have these needs, but do income and assets matter? Of course they do. You know, they provide the resources. But first of all, it's very difficult to measure what we mean by income and assets when we go and do a survey. You know, the theoretical concepts are very difficult to match with simple questions that we could ask in surveys. There are many measurement errors and issues related to reporting. People just don't know how much their house is valued, and you know, or they want to tell you, for example. So in the end, these measures, incomes and assets, may actually be rather poor measures of, you know, of material conditions between people, as well as over time for the same people. Okay, so when we ask the same questions, people can actually give you the same answers, but the material conditions can be very different because their needs changed. And therefore, it might be very difficult to compare these conditions in different contexts, in different points of time, across different countries, etc. So the question is, you know, what can we do? If it's so difficult, what can we do? Well, we need to ask ourselves what the objective is, and there may be different objectives behind, you know, going to someone's house and asking them about their material conditions. Well, one thing is that we want to understand what their situation is and to evaluate this situation. Of course, we would want to do that to improve these conditions, to understand the level of poverty and deprivation, and to design policies. Okay, so we need to understand their conditions with the eventual aim of designing policy interventions. If that's the case, then we need to have measures which reflect both resources and material needs. Okay, so material resources and material needs at the same time. We need to have a measure of difficult conditions of poverty or deprivation which matters, so which translates, you know, it's not just someone is poor, but if it really matters that this person is poor, so it translates to other dimensions of well-being. And at the same time, we need to have measures which, in the end, can be translated into policy instruments. And that's, as I'll try to argue, is quite a big challenge as well. So what has been done in SHARE? Well, one of the ways to make things comparable across countries is to look at relative position of households and individuals within different contexts, for example, within different countries. So we look at the population within a country divided into, say, let's say 10 groups, 10 decile groups, and then, you know, compare conditions across these groups, across countries. Another way to do that was to develop measures, new measures which would be, somehow informative about the combination of wealth and income. Colleagues from Italy developed a measure called financial distress. So how much liquid assets people have relative to their income. So how quickly they could respond to income shocks. And these are, becoming more informative than just the level of income. But of course, again, these only reflect resources rather than a level of needs. And they also suffer from the problems of measurement error and refusals if we ask people about these assets and incomes. So then, a number of other questions and approaches have been developed in SHARE and in other surveys to approximate or capture the combination of resources and needs. And the simplest, very useful question that gets asked in these surveys is just, with what difficulty, how easy or with what level of difficulty would your household be able to make ends meet? Thinking of your household's total monthly income, would you say that your household is able to make ends meet with great difficulty, with some difficulty, fairly easily? Okay? Very, straightforward question. In some sense, how are you doing financially? Okay? Then there are questions related to financial problems like debts or payments with regular bills. These are also usually reflections of people's difficulties with their material resources. So we would ask about debts on cars and credit cards, loans, debts to relatives, student loans, etc., etc. These are also reflections of, a certain type of financial difficulties. And we did some analysis using these questions and comparing them to income. We do collect income information. We have these other measures as well. And you can see on the left-hand side that there is some correlation between income poverty and making ends meet and difficulties in making ends meet. But for example, for the Czech Republic, Italy, and Spain, we have the same level of subjective poverty, difficulties with making ends meet, but very different levels of income poverty. Okay, so they are certainly not the same. On the right-hand side, you see a chart of the overall proportion of people who are either in income poverty or declare difficulties with making ends meet. Some of them have one but don't have the other, and only those in dark orange, have both. Okay, that's where the two overlap. So certainly we, with these two ideas, with these two approaches, we measure different things, and we label people as poor or not poor very differently. Then the question is, okay, so which of these two measures are actually relevant, okay, to understand people's position? And what we did for that is we took 4 different measures of material conditions. Income-based poverty, these are those in orange. Income-based poverty, financial distress, no food expenditures outside of household, subjective, so the difficulties in making ends meet, and relative wealth poverty. So people at the bottom of the wealth distribution. And we looked at 4 outcomes. Some health outcomes, symptoms of poor health, limitations in daily living, symptoms of depression, and unhappiness, kind of general question about how happy people are in their lives. And we compared the level of resources and how outcomes changed from one year to the next, or from one wave of the survey to the next. There's a 2-year gap between them. And the results, which are summarized in this chart, show you that the relationship of income poverty to these changes is actually not very strong. okay? Income, in other words, is not necessarily a good measure of overall conditions which matter from the point of view of changes in these other dimensions, health, depression, happiness. Subjective material conditions and wealth are much more strongly correlated with those than income poverty. So that's one way to go around the complex list of income items. We did we conducted another part of the survey a few years ago where we developed a more comprehensive measure of these sort of subjective declaration of material conditions, where we tried to develop what we called material and social deprivation indices. Okay, so we asked a lot of questions about things like affordability of food, affordability of shoes and clothing, ability to afford glasses, dentist visit. We had questions about local quality of local conditions, like vandalism or support in the local community. We had access to services which could be relevant for older people, etc. And then we combined this information in the indices. Here is just simple correlations for different countries between making ends meet on the horizontal axis and some of these indicators, ability to pay for groceries, for holiday, and for heating. You know, they are correlated, but they, interestingly and importantly from the point of view of building an index, they are correlated in slightly different ways. So we'll be capturing different things with different dimensions. And we then, you know, together with some colleagues who were involved in the SHARE project, we developed indices which were, you know, essentially accumulating all this information that we got on these items into a specific indicator. You can just add them up. You can apply some weights to those items. We developed the so-called hedonic weighting system, where we weighted these items depending on how much they affected people's happiness. There are many other ways, of course, how you could combine that. You can see the different weights of different items on this chart. So you can see, for example, that the black area, which is a large weight in the index, is the difficulty in doing things you want because of financial constraints. The first two orange bars relate to the ability of buying meat and fruit. They also affect the index, or the inability to pay for those affects the index quite highly. So using these weights, we computed these deprivation scores for different countries, and you know, you can go on with that and develop it and see. Compare the differences across different dimensions, of course. Estonia, Italy, Spain come out as countries where the deprivation score is highest in Europe, or at least was in about 10 years ago. The deprivation indicator is very strongly correlated with making ends meet indicator across countries, with how much extra income people would need to make ends meet easily. But again, on the furthest chart on the right, you can see that the correlation of this index with income, you know, it's still, you know, it's the difficulties are lower, deprivation is lower if your income is higher. But income is not so strongly correlated with the index as the other two measures. So again, you know, a sort of question mark of whether we should be using income to capture material conditions, in particular in old age. Some more detailed analysis. We looked at at the different correlates of material deprivation from the point of view of today's seminar, you can see that overall women have a lower material deprivation score, but if you look at older women living alone, and Monica will talk a little bit more about that, you can actually see that if you sum these two coefficients, the conditions of older women living alone are worse than compared to men or compared to women living in couples. In a similar way, we also developed an index for social deprivation, relating people's conditions with respect to their activities, ability to do things, and so on. There's a very strong correlation between them, between those as well. And we then use these two indicators to build the so-called social exclusion index, combining material deprivation and social deprivation, and you can see that those are particularly high in Estonia, Italy, and Israel. So you can do quite a lot of things with these indicators. If you want to work with them, they've been developed and calculated in the shared data set, and you can actually use it and look at these across different other dimensions, of course. Now, the question then, of course, appears again whether these indicators matter. So again, you know, do financial resources or combination of financial resources and needs as measured through these indicators, do they translate into other things? So do they translate to health, mobility, self-assessed health as we go across these columns, mental health, which is the final column, and we see that both material deprivation and social deprivation as measured by these indices are very strongly related to deterioration in health status across these different dimensions. Other dimensions like social isolation and loneliness, material conditions as measured, for example, by the material deprivation index, are also correlated both with the level of loneliness and with deterioration in terms of loneliness. Loneliness being recently identified as a very significant challenge from the point of view of the demographic changes and the challenges ahead of us in the next few decades. So I guess it's fair to say that material conditions matter for well-being in old age. That's a safe conclusion. Measuring material resources, if we are just thinking about income and wealth, and doing it correctly is complex, and it is difficult to carry out in surveys. You know, we need a long list of questions and people patient enough to actually give us the answers. Material needs are critical, in my view, for evaluation of material conditions, especially in old age. We can have different adjustments for needs, but it's very difficult to account for material needs in a kind of comprehensive way, accounting for many different dimensions of needs. These alternative measures are actually quite good in capturing the combination of resources and needs. We have the self-assessed overall material conditions measure, we have affordability items, we have aggregate measures of deprivations, and questions concerning how much extra money you would need to fare better. They tend to reflect quite well and correlate quite strongly with the outcomes that matter, and reflect the needs quite nicely. However, if we think of policy design, these measures related to self-declared conditions are not very useful. You cannot go around and ask people, do you have difficulties with making ends meet, and then ask, so how much money extra you would need, and then give people all this money that they would need. That's not a policy that we could think of. So we still need, in the end, if we are thinking of designing policies, we do need good information and policies based on incomes and assets. So there's an important challenge, because we could provide develop policies which increase income or improve people's assets directly, or we could have design policies to address their needs and improve their material conditions from the perspective of needs. Okay, so it's there are different ways to do it. On the other hand, we still know very little about what's happening within the household. So we measure all these information usually at the level of the household, and that might not be enough to design effective policies. So I think we need to better understand the relationship between these objective measures, between needs and between subjective material conditions. And we then, we still need to do work on improving targeting of supportive policies. And we need more work combining the role of individual resources and in-kind public policies. So, policies that affect material conditions from the perspective of needs and not necessarily from the perspective of resources. And we've been working on a few projects recently with Monica and with other colleagues to look at those. I'm not going to go into details because of time, but we basically try to combine the individual data from SHARE with indicators of quality, regional quality of life. So we matched the data with regional statistics and try to identify how important these regional quality indicators, how important they are for people's well-being, and if we can do something about it. These are just different dimensions: income tax per capita, access to piped water, values of overall index that we calculated on the basis of 30 items, etc. You can see that there's quite a lot of variation in Poland in terms of regional quality of life, and that of course matters for individual well-being. We did some analysis using the CASP measure that I mentioned earlier, using life satisfaction, and we find that there is in fact an interesting relationship between well-being in old age and income in relation with these regional indicators. So there is, we still need to understand better how particular dimensions of these indicators affect people's well-being, but there's certainly something there to explore later in the data and in research. The second piece of work that we're working on, piece of research that we're working on, is on trying to go deeper into the household and identify who captures more resources that the household has for his or her needs. This is very strongly related to today's topic, because it's about gender inequality and the power balance within the household among people who live together in the same household and for whom we only have one measure of income or resources. Okay, we know that resources are not shared equally, and understanding what matters for that is interesting and is very challenging. There's been a lot of work in economics trying to address those questions. And what we did was we looked at the overall difficulties in making ends meet measure and compared it to an item which is actually asked at the individual level to women and to men within couples. And we want to understand what drives the fact that men and women respond to these questions differently. Okay, and initial indicators, initial analysis suggests that the men in the couples are better off if they are older, so their position grows with the difference in age, if they are better educated, and if they are in better health. You know, going deeper into this could be interesting and an interesting avenue for future work. Okay, so let me come to an end. If we're thinking of policy interventions now at old age, and not only, we need to think of material resources in terms of stocks and flows, and these material resources will be determined across your life course. It will be, they will depend on your education, on your employment history, on your pension systems, housing policy, saving support. There's a lot of policy areas where one can affect those. In terms of flows, policy has a lot to do in that dimension. Pensions, generosity of the tax and welfare system, welfare benefits, etc., etc. But we need to think about the policies also in terms of needs, and health. The health dimension is one of the crucial dimension when it comes to material conditions in old age. And again, there we need to think of the stocks and the flows, and policies can influence each of those in different ways. Through long-term public health policies, education, information, healthcare system, all sorts of interventions. And of course, there's a lot to do in terms of policy for the health flows. How our health depreciates or how it appreciates if we take care of ourselves. And there's clearly a huge potential for development of high quality public services over the life course, and to affect both the income side, or the resources side, and the in-kind policies, which might be important from the perspective of needs. Then policies also have a lot to do from the point of view of addressing shocks. We can discuss it at length perhaps later, but again, the question of insurance and how to design these insurance systems is clearly of very high priority. So when it comes to using and addressing policy objectives, we need to think of and addressing difficulties in old age and material conditions in old age. We need to remember about the different objectives. So we need to remember about measurement and trying to understand what's happening, and remember that different dimensions will need different policy instruments. So it's from the point of measurement and understanding of the conditions, the use of subjective or self-declared conditions is actually very good, and it tells us a lot of details of what people do. But we cannot use these measures for policy interventions. So in the end, we will need to think of interventions either along the lines of income transfers or through public policies. But we really need to think of policies from the perspective of resources and of needs. Importantly, there are complementarities between these local conditions and individual resources, something that we've recently researched. From the point of these two dimensions, resources and needs, equal access to high quality public services seems crucial. We really need to do more work on the interaction of these two, and we need to think of policy tools for detailed monitoring of service delivery and targeting and fine-tuning the policies with respect to who receives it and who benefits from those policies. One way, again relating to the topic of the seminar today, one way of doing that is through the so-called gender budgeting, and we could discuss that again in the sessions later on. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Michał, for a great introduction to the topic and to the data about this topic, data related to the region. So Michał have talked about life, and because economics is, of course, a question of life and death. After the coffee break, I'll continue with topic of death. And then Monica will try to combine life and death in particular families. But yeah, so for meanwhile, I invite you for a coffee break. It will be until 11:10, and then we continue with gender inequality in deaths. Okay, are we ready to continue? All is good with Zoom? Okay, so I'll start. Actually, unlike Michał, who has lots of expertise in the topic of economics of elder ages, I have rather limited experience, and I got to this topic by simply being interested in this particular subtopic. That men die before women, how to explain it, why does it happen, and what are the consequences. So today we live in the world where in literally every United Nations recognized country, women live longer on average than men. The last country who joined this club was, I think, Togo, around 5 years ago. So now, in every country, women live longer than men. On average, in the world, on average, women live a little bit more than 3 years longer. In what we call developed nations, the average difference is 4.5 years. So even in developed nations, women live 4.5 years longer. So why do we care? Well, of course, jealousy. Well, that's not the true reason. The true reason is that this difference in longevity actually has a lot of potential economic implications. Well, first of all, men die before women. Men die prematurely is bad for men. They are unhappy with that. Second, well, society, labor market is unhappy with that because these men, they do not just all live until age 64 and die together. They start dying during working years, so there are losses in the labor force. Although this is kind of problem for men, but this is problem for women too, because men and women sometimes live together, which means that premature mortality of men brings more widows, brings more that like people live and think about common budget, but then one of the breadwinners in the family dies, and of course it has many different negative implications, but Monica will talk more about that. Well, it creates family financial instability and widowhood because men live shorter lives than they could. They, of course, accumulate less capital. They have lower motivations to accumulate capital. Like, think if each of us would live until 100 years, we would save more and think about our older ages more than we do currently. And it may lead to inefficient social policy design and uptake because we rarely design social policy and we rarely make laws which are gender specific. And if laws are not gender specific, then it means that half of population, for example, men or women, depends on which policy we're talking about, they would not fully participate, would not fully benefit from some particular policy. Well, we can think about pensions. I guess the starkest example is Belarus. Belarus is actually one of the leaders in differential gender mortality. In Belarus, men die more than 10 years before than women on average. And average Belarusian man spends only 1 year on pension, which means that in Belarus, men don't have any motivation to contribute to a pension system if they would be asked to. They have all the motivations to avoid this policy design, to like work without paying taxes, without contributing to social security. And even though, of course, we can force men to participate in pension systems, still lack of motivation makes these policies less efficient than they could be. So how large is these gender differences in longevity that we're talking about? In some countries, they're quite large. In Georgia, Belarus, Armenia, actually Latvia, Lithuania is also one of the world leaders in gender gap in longevity. This difference could be up to 10 years or even more than 10 years, well, which is more than 10% of our lives. So women live until, like sometimes in these countries, something close to 80 years old, and men live something close to 70 or 65. As you can see, like it looks like there is some factors that group these countries, like for example, among the leaders, there are many post-Soviet countries. Among the leaders in equality, there are many poor and African countries, but actually there is no simple causal effect. So this, for example, shows on the x-axis there is GDP per capita. On the y-axis, there is gender difference in life expectancy. And as you can see, it's not that in richer countries this difference is smaller or larger. There is no particular relationship between average income in the country, average GDP, and this difference in longevity. So what effects on economy does this differential mortality have? Again, we can actually think about many different effects about this utility losses, etc. On this slide, I will just present the most direct economic losses from the fact that men die younger, so they do not finish their working careers, they make dent in the labor force. On average, in European Union, premature mortality of all people takes a dent of 1.2% GDP, and 70% of that is due to male premature mortality, so due to this gender gap in life expectancy. If we would somehow magically manage to make men on average die at the same age as women, so not even just increase in average life expectancy, but close this gap, some of the countries would gain significant percentages of their GDP. So in Belarus, for example, effect would be around plus 2.5%, because we in Belarus lose around 4% of labor force due to premature male mortality. Latvia, Lithuania, European leaders in GGLE, they would gain around 2.3% GDP. Poland, also one of the leaders, just not on the first positions, would get 1.7% GDP, and Sweden actually is more or less equal even in this dimension, so for Sweden there is not much to gain. So why does it happen? The answer is that to the end we don't know. So there are several explanations, there are several factors that clearly contribute to differential mortality between men and women. But meanwhile, at least, we cannot explain 100%. Overall, so when we don't know the answer, we just go in all directions. All directions here means that, well, there should be some biological factors and some behavioral factors. Why there should be biological factors? Well, as I said, like in every country in the world, women live longer than men, which means that there should be something in biology. Otherwise, like our countries are very different. There should be some biological advantage of women. On the other hand, we have seen that there is actually quite a large variation in this difference in life expectancy, which means that, well, somehow our behavior and conditions in particular country may contribute to increase or decrease in the gap in life expectancy. So let's go through these main factors that researchers have uncovered. Biological factors, there are a couple of them. So from evolutionary biology argument, they have this general idea about how humans were developed as a species. So they say that female longevity is a factor that was evolving in human species because higher female longevity has better effect on increase in offspring survival rates. We're not evolutionary biologists, so we will not discuss this topic. But just to mention. So what else? Well, there is genetics. There are some things where women are clearly superior in terms of survival probabilities. The simplest thing is that women have two X chromosomes. Chromosomes sometimes are broken and damaged. So when male X chromosome is damaged, there is no way how a body or organism can repair it and can fix it. So males have more genetic diseases and genetic conditions than females. Females have two X chromosomes, so when one is damaged and broken, in at least some cases, another intact chromosome starts to work. Women have stronger immune system, which first contributes to their survival. On the other hand, it actually brings some additional diseases to women. So women don't die, but they have much more autoimmune diseases where immune system is too strong and starts to attack the body. Finally, there are, of course, much more genetics, but we are not in that topic. Finally, it was found that estrogen, female hormone, leads to lower rates of cardiovascular disease, and cardiovascular disease in developed and rich countries is usually #1 cause of death. So less of these heart-related fatal diseases in females. Although, we'll talk more about it, there is a thing called morbidity-mortality paradox. So this is a schematic graph from Canadian study. Morbidity-mortality paradox is a paradox that women, on average, at every age, have worse health than men. So they suffer more diseases, more conditions. So women here are this red line. And men are blue line, and on the y-axis it is, so number of health deficits. So you can think about number of bad things happening to your health. So at every age, women on average have worse health, but they suffer more from diseases that do not lead to death. So they have worse health, but live longer with this worse health. Men have better health, but die younger. And this paradox is actually observed in many other dimensions. Like, for example, this is about just health. It also works with mental health. Women are much more likely to have depression, but much less likely to commit suicide. So let's go to behavioral factors. If you want to know why men die younger than women, well, the funniest and the easiest part of this research, you can start on YouTube by Googling why women live longer than men. There you would observe a lot of what economists call risky behavior. Somehow risky behavior is related to men. We don't know, through genetics or through culture, probably more through culture and gender norms, but men are more likely to be engaged in riskier behaviors, those riskier behaviors that lead to premature deaths. Men die in road accidents on average 3 times more often than women. Men commit suicide on average practically 4 times more often than women. That's like world average. And again, as I said, there is morbidity-mortality paradox that actually women are way more likely to have depression, just not commit suicide. There were studies which tried to assess how much of the observed difference in mortality can be attributed to behavior. So one of the most prominent studies, they estimated that in developed nations, average gap in life expectancy is 4.6 years. And out of that, 3.2 years can be attributed to behavioral factors. So if men would change their behavior, this gap would, in developed nations, would decrease to just 1.2 years. Men are, of course, more likely to have worse habits, more likely to smoke, more likely to be obese, and more likely to consume more alcohol. Although alcohol is effect of alcohol is less trivial than one may think. We'll talk about it later. So according to different studies, like this differential rates of smoking can explain up to 30% of differential mortality. Differential rate of drinking, or especially heavy alcohol consumption, can explain up to 20% of differential mortality. About obesity, we don't know much. It changes rapidly, and it's actually something new. We don't, well, data is just being accumulated. Men are more likely, even in modern economy, to be involved in higher risk jobs. In previous years and centuries, it was even more so, like some traditional male jobs from 50, 60 years ago, where like coal mining, this metal industry, of course, military activities. So men are more likely to have jobs or, well, military activities again, something related to job where they are more likely to die. And the last, but here for sure not least, is lower healthcare utilization. So, well, for centuries, doctors and medical professionals, they were studying actually mainly male diseases, like until 18th century, people didn't care about female diseases and the reasons why female dies. So much more experiments, much more studies were made about male health. Yet males do not utilize it. We don't go to hospital, even in developed nations. Number of checkups that men undergo is much less than what females undergo, and amount of money that men spend on their healthcare is much less than amount of money that women spend on their healthcare. So there is theoretical healthcare for men, but men use it much less. Yeah. So again, some of these factors, some of these behavioral factors, they also could be due to something, some genetics. So it could be that, I don't know, men are, well, more susceptible to this depression, and smoking and alcohol consumption, obesity can be also, in theory, functions of these depressions. But some of these behavioral factors, they are clearly cultural, and there are also studies that men in societies with less enforced gender norms, they are also much less likely, for example, to commit suicide, and this suicide differential decreases with decrease in gender norms. Yeah, so that's just as an advertisement. If you want to read the full report, it is available on the Free Policies Brief website. Do we have time? Yeah, and since we have time, I'll just also go over highlights about a couple of the countries. So first, Belarus. Belarus is always, for last years, one of the world leaders in differential mortality. In Belarus, as I said, men die more than 10 years before than women on average. Men are more likely to report episodic heavy drinking. There is a huge differential in suicides in Belarus. And this category deaths caused by pollution, you can think about it as working in bad conditions because, well, it's not that we live in some factory town in China that people die from smog or like super bad ecology. Especially in Belarus, ecology is fine on average, but deaths caused by pollution, you can think about bad working environment. And again, in Belarus, men are more than twice as likely to work in these bad environments and, well, die from these bad environments than women. Poland, well, again, not one of the top leaders, but still on the right end of the distribution of gender gap in life expectancy. In Poland, on average, women live 8 years more than women. And the main contributors, as you can see, is everywhere heart diseases, lung cancer, well, which is this differential is presumably caused by differentials in smoking. Also, but in Poland, maybe a little bit by mining jobs too. Well, suicides, of course, huge differential, and accidents. So again, as everywhere else, much more men drink heavily than women, although you can see, as I said about this alcohol, that alcohol is, seems like it should be this very easy explanation of differential mortality. It appears to be less that obvious when you look at the country specific. So in Poland, more men report about heavy episodic drinking than in Belarus, although differential mortality is lower in Poland. And I'll show you Georgia. In Georgia, this gradient is even larger. But so just alcohol is not an answer. Presumably there are more in that, for example, what type of alcohol and what type of culture of consuming alcohol. Smoking, again, more men smoke than women. That's the same in every country. We have one of our countries report from Georgia, but they also look at South Caucasus. So at Armenia and Azerbaijan. As you can see, actually, there are like sometimes interesting trends going on, but that's a subject to more studies. For example, these three countries started 90s at like all three of them had high levels of differential mortality, but Azerbaijan, well, started to go down, while Armenia and Georgia, they actually continued to climb up, and now Armenia and Georgia also among the world leaders in gender gap and life expectancy. So speaking about heavy episodic drinking, well, Georgia is of course famous for that. A lot of men report that they involved in this activity. Very few women. Azerbaijan, Armenia, like women practically do not report heavy drinking. Well, yes, because of the culture. And even men report to be less heavy drinkers. This, of course, tells you something about surveys because people, especially in these countries, may have different idea about what is really heavy drinking. Like something that is heavy drinking for Polish person can be like no drinking for Armenian person, for example. They of course ask about how many portions of alcohol do you drink, but still. So yeah, Georgia is, for example, very different in this dimension from Azerbaijan and Armenia. But again, as I said, the overall result kind of from just alcohol consumption, we would not guess these results. Suicides everywhere, as I said, in the world, on average, men commit more suicides than women. Again, this differential is much larger in Georgia than in Armenia, Azerbaijan. Well, bad working conditions, well, this is what's called this deaths from air pollution. Again, everywhere is the same, but actually these countries appear to be more equal in this dimension than, well, for example, Poland, Belarus, or Latvia. Maybe because they are less industrial and there is less industrial production. And finally, I'll finish with Latvia. Latvia looks like all the countries in our region, like Belarus and like Poland. Men die from everything. Latvia is one of the world leaders. Men die from everything, so it's the life of men in in Baltic states, in Belarus and Poland is very hard. The number one overall, one of the leading cause of deaths overall now in developed world are heart diseases. And of course here we see also a large gender differential in deaths. So I think, I'll finish here. We should take more care about men, about men's hearts. This differential mortality means that it is a gap that is kind of easy to close, or easier than others. So like, we don't know if we can come up with some medical research and institutions that would increase overall longevity to 100 years. But if half of population lives until this, like 10 years more, then it's easier to guess that we can bring this another half of population, men, closer to this frontier, and then get lots of economic bonuses like this. So I'll finish here. Thank you. And again, as I said, Michał was talking about life, I was talking about death, and but then there is, sometimes it happens at the same time in the same families, and Monica would tell us what happens after that.
Thank you, Lev. So I'm taking the stage after the conclusion that we should take more care of men's health. But since we're discussing gender inequalities, I will focus more on the other side of of the coin, where women are the ones who more often survive their partner. And I will tell you a little bit about the implications of this for well-being in general, for life satisfaction, and also for time use. And if we have enough time, I would like to touch upon the economic consequences of widowhood. We'll see where we are after the first part of the presentation. I'm Monika Oczkowska. I work in Poland in Center for Economic Analysis. And this presentation is based on a couple of studies that we've done together with Michał and a couple of other colleagues. Basically, the presentation is an overview of what we found within the topic of widowhood using different data, and maybe, hopefully, since most of the audience are young students, still exploring whatever they can leave for the better of the world and whatever they can whatever contribution they can have for research or academia. Maybe I will be successful in at least telling you what kind of data is usable and what kind of data you can actually use if you are interested, maybe for your thesis. I know it's quite early to talk about that, but still, hopefully you will find something interesting here. Okay, continuing on Lev's presentation, as we learned, widowhood is quite prevalent in the world, especially in the developed world. So it's the fate of almost half of those who remain in partnerships in later life. It depends on the country, but as you can see, in the US, we have slightly less than a half of those who are 70 plus who become widows. Following what conclusions Lev had, there are many less men who survive longer than their wife. So only 16% of men are widowers. That's why in the whole presentation I will be focusing on women, and but of course the other side is important to acknowledge. And however, it's also important to remember that the consequences of widowhood are different for men and women. In Europe, these numbers are quite similar, but they are even higher in Southeast Asia. In South Korea, 64% of women 70 plus are widows, so they already lost their partner. And as you can see in this graph, it's a proportion, actually it's based on the US data, it's a proportion of women who are 70 plus by marital status, and we're focusing here on this darker gray part. These are widows, and with age from 70 to here we have 95 plus. We have the growing share of widows among those who survive until a certain age. So we know that the problem, issues related to widowhood, it's a real problem, and actually the problem is growing quite fast in developed countries. With this graph, I wanted to show you how rapidly the number of widows is growing with time. So it's number of deceased men who were married at the time of their death, and how it grew since 2007 in different countries. And it doesn't really matter which line is which country. As you can see, in most of these countries, the number of deceased men grew quite fast. In some countries, even as fast as 30%, so 30% more deceased men after 12 years, as compared to if we compare 2019 and 2007, here the let's call it the leaders. So over 20 or even 25% increase in Austria, Czech Republic, and the Netherlands. And of course, these trends are related not only in the fact that longevity is growing, so people are living longer to older ages. We have better healthcare, so in general, people keep their health for longer and they do not die as quickly as many years before. But it's also related to the fact that more numerous cohorts are coming of age. These are the baby boomers, so the cohorts, big cohorts that were born after war. So right now, they are in the old age. That's why the number of diseased men are growing quite fast, and the number of widows are growing quite fast. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has had its toll. There are many research papers that give us evidence that actually men were affected more by the pandemic. They were more likely to have serious health consequences related to contracting COVID, and they were also more likely to die of COVID for many reasons there. But COVID had its additional contribution to growing numbers of women in widowhood. We know a lot about widowhood from the literature so far, but it's mainly sociological and epidemiological literature. We know that widowhood affects health. We know that it affects mental health. We also know that it may affect the surviving partner's probability of death. There are many studies about that, but so far economists haven't done that much. They are mainly interested in widowhood as a shock, more or less considered as exogenous shock. So there are, of course, studies who look at widowhood and the consequences of widowhood. The one by Clark and colleagues looks at adaptation effects, how women adapt to the situation after their partner dies. What are the problems with these studies and the problems that we try to address in our work? There are not many outcomes that they look at, so in terms of well-being or in terms of mental health. As you will see a bit later on, you need to have a really extensive and very broad survey in order to capture a lot of information about individuals. So it's quite a complicated process to first collect this data, but then also process it, and it's there are not many surveys that provide you with this information. Another problem are small sizes. So most of the sociological studies, they're based on like just a number of women in widowhood. The attempt on identifying the potential moderators, whatever affects the relation of widowhood and a widow's health or well-being, these are also limited. This study, one of our studies, is also or at the time when we were publishing it, it was one of the few that looked at time use among widows. The results that I'm showing here in the presentation are based on two research papers that have been published quite recently. And a free policy brief, hopefully you will get there in terms of economic consequences of widowhood. A policy brief where we looked at the implications of reform to the survivors system in Poland. This is an overview of the presentation, and actually this is Michał's idea how to summarize it in short words, and but I really liked it because I will start with challenges, then I will show you a bit of different results, how widowhood affects different outcomes of individuals. And then again, I will discuss some challenges that are still left there, and actually maybe one of you will be interested to explore them and to take this research further. There's definitely enough field and enough questions left to explore and discuss. And then, after the part where I would like to look at how widowhood affects well-being, I will talk rather briefly about economic consequences of widowhood. So what are we interested in from the perspective of the challenges related to data? So what we would like to get is the causal effect of widowhood on well-being. And also we would like to see how this effect, how widowhood affects well-being over time, how this changes. Because as you can imagine, widows have a certain well-being before the partners die, the partner dies. But then after the partner dies, following what I said about adaptation effects, at first they might be depressed, they might be really sad about it, but then time passes and they adjust, and also their well-being adjusts. So in order to explore these two, what are the challenges related to the data? So the population is quite selective. So normally, as I also showed you some statistics on widows, they were based on women 70 plus. So this is a problem that mainly affects the older part of the society. And of course, as you can imagine, we are only looking at those who manage to survive to a certain age. So we are losing a lot of women on the way there. So it's already a quite selective population. Those, if we capture them in the survey and we explore what is their well-being after they became widows. Then, of course, we want the information to be collected over time. It's perfect when the information is collected before someone becomes a widow and afterwards, and it's even more perfect when it's over a long time, so that then we can actually explore whether there are any adaptation effects and how this changes over time. The type of the survey needs to be, it needs to be a social survey. So it needs to collect a lot of more or less subjective information on well-being. And normally this is not collected in admin surveys. You don't have questions on your life satisfaction when you're filling in your income statement. So you don't have that in the admin data. And while admin data may be perfect for many types of research questions, you cannot address well the question on how well-being is affected by widowhood with just with admin data. And this information on well-being needs to be supplemented with comprehensive background information so that we can actually explore the causality and possible moderators. So what impacts the strength and direction of the relationship between widowhood and well-being. In order to look at the first question, so whether the effect of widowhood on well-being is causal, one can think of widowhood as an exogenous shock from the perspective that it is rather unlikely that it was women's well-being that made the men die. So we are almost sure that it's women's well-being is affected by partner's death rather than the other way around, where it's the women's well-being that affects the death. And then, in most cases, it's an unexpected and an unpredictable event of someone dying. Although, of course, we can here discuss different types of deaths, and we will actually, I will show you some results where we are looking at the differences between the cases where a women's partner died suddenly or more or less suddenly in an accident or in an illness that lasted only a couple of days or weeks, rather than cases where it was a terminal illness and they died slower over some months, over some years even. You will see how differently the well-being over time of the widow before even widowhood looks like. But even though if we could try to argue that widowhood is an exogenous shock, the timing of widowhood from the perspective of well-being is not. So what if women whose partners died early also had, what if the sample is biased in a sense that women whose partners died early had on average overall lower well-being? To be able to say that the effect is exogenous, we want to identify and have a good reference group for those who became widowed. And we want to have a lot of background information to match the group of those who became widowed and the reference group. In our studies, the reference group is the group of those who were continuously married while the others lost their partners. I've already mentioned sample selection, and that in the sense that sample of widows is already quite selective because it's the people who survive to certain ages. But widowhood also has an effect, like a further effect on sample selection. And there are some consequences on that. In a sense that since it affects women's health or well-being, they are less likely to survive longer. They are less likely to be captured in the survey. In terms of the evolution of the effect over time, of course, if we administer a survey, we cannot really plan for capturing as many widows as possible because we don't know when someone will die. So we don't know if someone who is now in the survey and we observe this person while she is still married, we may hope that at some point her husband will die, but we don't know when this will happen. And what we want for a study like this, we want to observe the person before and after. So from this perspective, the best we can do is to have like a large population surveyed and then follow this population over time, hoping that as many, some will become widows, some will stay married, and we can then explore the differences in their well-being. So what kind of data we need in order to look at these research questions? It's the same data that Michał already gave you an overview of. It's a survey of health, aging, and retirement in Europe. And while Belarus is not part of this data set, you won't find data on Belarus. Well, hopefully, maybe sometime in the future, Belarus will be added. Right now, all the countries from the European Union are covered. So it's still an interesting data set. And the information is collected in a comparable way, so we can actually compare the responses of people in Italy and in Poland, and you will know that they were collected in the same manner, and they are comparable. So for these studies, we are not using all the different countries that collected this data, but just 19 who participated in many waves, so that we can observe women who became widowed and those who were continuously married over time. The study is perfect for this type of research question because it is focused on people aged 50 plus. And another huge benefit is that it also, in the interview, not only the woman takes part, but oftentimes, most of the time, if the partner is still there, we captured information also on the husband. So 2 people in the household participate. So we not only have all the different information before the husband died on the woman, but also on the husband. It's a panel study, so we follow the same individuals every 2 years. And for this study, we're using data collected between 2004 and 2017. The samples are relatively large, and they are supposed to be representative for each country, for population aged 50 plus in each country. And in this study, we capture a lot of well-being outcomes, like satisfaction. Michał mentioned CASP, but also mental health information, physical health information, and this information is collected consistently over time, so we know that we can compare people's responses over time, that the design of the survey did not affect how people responded. And a lot of background information is collected in the survey. So not only about current situation, for example, people's social networks, who is important for them, with whom they have contacts currently, but some additional benefits of the survey is childhood information, and also for many people we collect a lot of information about their life history, where they worked, how was their health over time, and how it changed over the life, or over their life. And the last point here are end-of-life interviews, which are collected for those people who participated in the survey but then died. And we conduct an interview, like an additional interview after the person dies with someone close, in many cases with the surviving spouse, but it might be also another relative. So we gather a lot of information on the last months of life of the deceased. So the widowed sample that we have from the study consists of over 3,000 women, and these women were observed at least twice in the survey. So at least once before their partner died, and at least once after the partner died. And the reference group is here those who were also observed at least twice in the survey, but who were partner at the first observation. They had a partner still living, and they were continuously married at the time of the second observation. Okay. Well, this graph is supposed to give you an idea how complicated the survey is, and how complicated the histories, the participation histories of people, how complicated they are. So these are like 50 randomly selected participants of the SHARE survey. These are widowed participants. So at some point, at time 0, their partner died. And with respect to this time, we're looking at their subsequent participation in different waves of data collection. So there are people who were observed only once, and each color bubble tells you in which wave the person participated. So there are people who were observed only once before their partner died, but there are also people who were observed multiple times before their partner died. And then they are observed multiple times after their partner dies. So we get a lot of information for these widows. And as you can imagine, we can see how their well-being changes over time before the partner dies, but not immediately before the partner dies, because for those who participated many years before the partner dies, we can see whether this well-being of to be widowed is similar to the one of continuously married, and we can make sure that it is. And then we can observe for many years how their well-being, how their mental health changed over time once the partner died, whether it picked up, whether they recovered, or whether they stayed, for example, depressed over a longer period of time. With respect to survey participation, there is no specific pattern of survey participation relative to the time of partner's death. What it means is that we observe people at different times before the death, except for the months that are close to when partner dies, because for natural reasons, women at that time have other concerns, and they are less likely to participate in the survey. But from these free graphs, what you can see here, it's our sample of widows, and we split the sample between those who participated in the survey for at most 2 years. So at most 2 years were between the first and the last participation, and then many less of these as compared to, for example, those who were observed for a much longer time, before the death and also after the death of the partner. How do we make sure that those women who lost their partner are similar to the ones who were continuously married? How do we make sure that the effect of widowhood on well-being is causal? We're using matching techniques. So we want the still married to be almost identical to the widows. We use propensity score matching on a set of variables that are related to the woman, but also to their partner. These can be variables fixed over time, like education or number of children or childhood health, but also these variables can be time varying from before widowhood. At the first stage of matching, we do exact matching by country. So we only match people from Poland with, so widows from Poland with married women from Poland. And for married women, we of course don't have the time of death of the partner, and we need to impute it. How do we do this? We do that proportionally to the matched, to the time of death for the matched widow. And this sample is used for non-parametric estimates of time to widowhood on well-being. But there's another part of the study where, longitudinally, we look at the role of family and social networks, and whether family having close contact with children or having like a tight social network, whether it helps you if widowhood happens, if your partner dies, whether it helps you for your well-being, in short. But since social networks were collected only in wave 4, this study is not based on all the waves between wave 1 and 7 of share, but it's only limited to wave 4 and wave 6, so 4 years in between. So we look at participants in wave 6, conditional on having partner in wave 4. So in wave 4, we need to have both those who in wave 6 lost their partner and those who were still married in wave 6. And we look how the social network information, how the tightness and the number of people that you have in social network, how at the time of wave 4, how this affects the relationship between widowhood and well-being further on. I will first start with mental health. These graphs tell you how widowhood affects depression, or the probability, likelihood of being depressed. So let's focus on the left-hand side graph for a moment. So in this graph, at time 0, we have the time since death of partner, which is the actual time of death for widows, and the imputed time of death for married. Married here are the controls. So the further we go from time 0 to the left, so it's the past for how these women felt over the past years, and then how they felt after the death of the partner. We split the widowed sample between those whose partner died suddenly in an accident or in a short illness, and those whose partner died who didn't die suddenly, so a terminal illness, because there is a difference, especially just before death. As you can see, if we focus on controls, so the married women, the proportion of those who reported that in the last month they cried at all is more or less 35% throughout the whole timing of our observation. And as you can see, for women, if we focus on those whose partner died suddenly, so the red ones, you can see that before the partner dies, it reflects almost exactly the well-being of those who didn't lose the partner. But then, once the partner dies, you can see that this proportion of those who reported crying is much higher. But over time, it goes down. So there are less and less women who cry after time passes, after the death of the partner. Importantly, with the blue line, you have women who lost their partner to terminal illness. And as you can see, even before death, there is a difference in the incidence of reporting crying for these women as compared to married women. So these women whose partner was already ill for quite some time before he died, they were more likely to cry even before the death of the partner. But then the effect is very similar as for those who suddenly lost the husband. And it also decreases over time. And we have very similar results for other types of measures related to mental health. So on the right-hand side, you have the proportion of those who reported feeling they would rather be dead. And as you can see, even though these estimates are less accurate, you can see very similar results to the incidence of crying. So widows are more likely to feel they would rather be dead after the death of their partner. Then we look at the number of depressive symptoms. In SHARE survey, we have 12 questions that evaluate whether someone has depression or not. And here on the left-hand side, you have the number of these symptoms between 0 and 12. And again, as you can see, after the death of the partner, for widows, this goes up. So they report having more symptoms of depression. And then we have a proportion of those who are at risk of depression. So they report 4 symptoms or more. And again, after death of the partner, this proportion goes up for widows, and it stays at the same level for married women. So we know that widowhood causally affects mental health. Another question is about more general measures of well-being, and here we're looking at life satisfaction, a simple measure. How satisfied with life are you on a scale from 0 to 10? And again, very similar to mental health. Here, of course, we have the reversed scale. So the more satisfied with life are you, the higher value you have. So as you can see, with the death of the partner, women's life satisfaction goes down. But then slowly over time, but just notice that here we're looking at 5 years, up to 5 years after partner's death. So maybe after 5 years, their life satisfaction goes back to the same level as for continuously married women. So the effect is quite strong, and it also recovers quite long over time. And then we differentiate this effect by different types of women. So we split women by their education. We want to see whether education may be considered as a moderating effect on the impact of widowhood on life satisfaction. And actually, what we find in this graph, it is because those who have low education, they are married women are here, so they already have a lower, in general, level of life satisfaction, but the drop for widows is much bigger if they have low education than for widows who had higher education. But interestingly, if we split these women by having a child that lives close by, we don't see a similar effect. So for widows, it seems that it doesn't really matter whether they live close, whether they have a child that lives close by or not. In both cases, their life satisfaction drops by the same magnitude. What is interesting is that for those who have a child that lives close by, we can see that if we compare married women with a child living close by and widowed with a child living close by, before partner's death, they have a slightly higher level of life satisfaction, meaning that probably they receive some help from the child, and this actually affects their well-being even before the death of the husband. Well, okay, so now one could ask himself or herself whether this effect of widowhood on life satisfaction differs by different pre-widowhood characteristics. Because we do not find much of an effect when we look at family status, so when we look at having a child living close by and those who do not have such a child, while I would say that we would expect it to find something there. So for the purpose of exploring not only the family status of widows, but also their social networks, maybe having a child living close by doesn't help women after partner's death because they don't have such a close relation with the child. Maybe what is more important are friends. So in order to explore this, since we have social network in the survey of health, aging and retirement in Europe only in wave 4, we couldn't conduct the exact same analysis with evolution of life satisfaction over time. What we could do was run some simple OLS regressions where we look at life satisfaction and the effect of widowhood. And then with each specification, we are adding more information about widows and about still married women before they become widowed. But what we can see is actually the coefficient on widowhood is negatively related with being satisfied with life. So it's a bivariate variable that captures whether someone is satisfied with life or not. And this effect doesn't really change once we control for demographics. It doesn't really change once we control for having family, for having children living close by. But it also doesn't really change when we control for social network. So it is still has the same magnitude and is still statistically significantly related to people's life satisfaction. So we asked ourselves whether maybe time use can have an influence on how widowhood affects well-being. And for that purpose, we explored a different type of data. We looked at, first I'm going to show you some descriptives on how time allocation changes in widowhood. And to do that, here I will use the cross-sectional type of data, so the data collected for different individuals over different waves. In the American Time Use Survey from 2003 to 2018, how the data on time use is collected. So people fill in a diary where for one representative day, they report what they were doing every 5 minutes. So they report that they were sitting in a boring class for, I don't know, 2 hours. They also report with whom they were doing that. And we actually captured this information for the whole day of the people. So we know what they were doing during the whole day. And we use this data to check whether after a partner dies, whether women do different things than those who are married. And as you can imagine, actually what is in this table, while we split widows between those who just recently lost their partner and those who were widowed for a longer time, the most important thing is that they do change their time allocation. They spend less time in home production, and actually this comes mainly from cutting back on food preparation and housework. They don't have the husband for whom they were cooking. Their cleaning may be less. But it's not that they are mainly engaging in less of that each day, not doing it less frequently. And they are putting more of this time into other activities, mainly TV watching and other leisure activities. Since partner's death, over time they adapt, so they change their use of time over time. Whether there is a change in with whom they spend time. Naturally, there is. First of all, they spend much more time alone. They previously were spending a lot of time, married women spend a lot of time with their spouse. Where for widows, we don't have these bars because there's no spouse, so they cannot really spend time with their spouse. So where this bar goes? It goes here to other relatives. Widows spend more time with other relatives, a bit more time with friends, but mostly they spend more time alone. So we asked ourselves whether this can actually maybe explain the effect of widowhood that we observe on life satisfaction, on well-being. And this is exactly what we've done. We've used similar data on time use for 4 different countries. So we're again using the US, but also Poland, France, and the UK. These countries collected necessary information in their time use survey. But this data is again, these are the diaries where during the day people were reporting what they were doing and with whom. And using this data, we again run regressions where we look at the effect of widowhood on life satisfaction, on whether someone is satisfied with life. And when we control only for widowhood, we can see this negative effect of widowhood on life satisfaction. But then we control for the demographics, and in most cases, it doesn't change much. So the effect of widowhood on life satisfaction is still negative. We then control for how the time is spent, so what people are doing. As you can see, in these countries, this again doesn't change much. What changes, you can see for the last type of regression, if we control with whom people spend time, so in the regression, we put information that married women spend more time with their partner and widowed women spend more time alone. It appears that the effect of widowhood is no longer statistically significant, which means that with spending more time alone, you can actually explain the effect of widowhood on lower life satisfaction of widows. Okay, so to summarize, very briefly, with quite unique data that we have, we look at how widowhood affects well-being of people, and we can see that widowhood causes significant decreases in mental health and life satisfaction of widows. The recovery is slow, especially for widows with low education. But then family composition and social network do not really matter for this recovery in well-being of widows. What matters is how they use their time, or in other words, with whom they spend time with, because widows seem to spend much more time alone, and this is what actually is visible in this decreased life satisfaction. There are some further challenges that I wanted to discuss a bit, but I'm running out of time. So I'm not sure, because Lev told me that it's 2 minutes. Maybe I should finish well, or maybe I should just go through the last bit. So some further challenges. So I promised you that we're going to start with challenges, then we're going to try to tackle some of them, and then we're going to go back to challenges. So even though we find quite interesting results, one of the problems is that widows are less likely to participate overall in surveys, and then attrition for widows is probably bigger. So you are just less likely to observe them over time once the partner dies, and in general they are less likely to be there in the survey. On top of that, what might be behind this is that widowhood may cause poorer health and death, actually, of the surviving partner. And the question is whether participation of the surviving widow is different immediately before and after death. Probably they are less likely to participate in the survey because their husband just died, so they're not gonna answer questions for an hour and a half because they are just too sad to do it. So what this would mean for our estimates is that they would be underestimated. So the effect that we observed that I showed you is underestimated, meaning that we probably observe only the healthiest and happiest of widows. If it was that those who were most affected by widowhood in terms of health or in terms of dying, they were less likely to participate, then the true recovery that we should find would be slower. If it was that those who became widowed are less likely to participate at the time just before a partner's death or after a partner's death, then the true drop would be probably larger, but then the recovery would be steeper. So depending, it would be good to actually include the differences in participation of widows, because in a preliminary study that we've conducted, we can see that close to partner's death, which is here for widows, there's a big chunk of those who are not participating, much bigger than for married women, obviously. And you can see this drop in participation also here in this graph, immediately before, immediately after death. So probably the problem it would be important to include participation and non-participation in estimations of the true effect of widowhood on well-being. And yes, and here I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So, oops, yep. There is no schedule. So we'll have another coffee break, after which we'll come back and talk a little bit. We'll try to discuss what we've learned today and what can we get from all these topics. And then we'll have, don't go home after the panel discussion, because we'll have lunch at 2:30, I think, So, let's have a break.
It seems to be working.
Yes, great.
Yes. Yes.
So, good afternoon once again, dear guests and colleagues. My name is Violeta. I'm a researcher at the BEROC Economic Research Center, and I'm really pleased to welcome you on this roundtable discussion devoted to gender inequality and at older age. So, joining us today are Michal Mik, you have already heard his beautiful presentation, Director of CenEA Research Institute.
Yes, we need a proper introduction, definitely.
Okay, I'm sorry. Monika Czkowska, as Senior Research Economist at CenEA as well, and Dr. Lev Lvovsky, Academic Director of BEROC. You want to add something?
No.
Our today's focus is on gender inequality in later life stages, and moreover, we will focus on policies that different countries implement in order to address these challenges. And let's begin with the first question, and the first question is about why. Why should we focus on this topic right now? From an economic perspective, we often view gender inequality as main detrimental to economic outcomes, such as fertility rates, such as talent allocation, and maybe even consumption patterns as a whole. But by the time individuals reach this old age, they have already made all the important life decisions, like career, marriage, decision to have a child or kids. So why does the inequality in later life stages remains a significant economic concern? How do you think? Lev, please.
Okay, I'll try to start. Well, so there could be several points of view. One is direct that yes, most of economic choices are already made by that time, but not all. And elderly people is a large fraction of population, and in the coming years, in coming millennia probably, this fraction of population will be even larger. So they will play larger, more important role in economics, with all the outcomes like higher demand for some particular services, for health services, different consumption patterns, which markets and businessmen should account for. So that's just from this very brutal understanding of economics. But also we are living in economics of common welfare, and elderly people are also citizens of the state. They also vote, so they are humans, so they care about their lives, and governments must care about their lives, and economists should think about ways to improve their lives, and therefore think about if there is gender inequality in these dimensions, if it's detrimental to some of the choices, to some quality of the life. We should think about policies that at least diminish this inequality. Just to advertise, for example, one of these policies, during my presentation I said that men live shorter lives than women, and we accounted for that, and because some of our audience may not survive until the lunch, according to schedule, we decided to move lunch 20 minutes earlier, so lunch will be served at 2:15. It's just as an example advertisement.
Thank you, Lev, for such an advertisement and good news. So, by the way, we will have a small Q&A session, so prepare your questions, please. But still, we'll continue our roundtable discussion, if you don't mind. Monika, how do you think, why should we care about this issue?
Yes, following Lev's mentioning of how important this part of the population, so older part of the population, is in terms of their number and in terms of the future we're facing. So this part of the society will be only growing. So there are many different aspects that one needs to consider, that policymakers needs to consider. Some already mentioned by Lev, but these people also have and follow some gender norms, which then influence the gender norms prevailing in the society. So taking them into consideration might be influential also for younger generations. They may be willing to follow whatever the older ones think, or they might be willing to change whatever is prevailing from the older cohorts.
Thank you so much. Michal, would you like something to add? I think colleagues has covered many of things.
Well, I'll make a few additional comments. I think it's, Lev sort of suggested that economists should only worry about, or the question sort of suggests that the economists should worry about the production sort of side of the economy and the output, while economics as the discipline in its foundation has both the production side and the output side and the distribution of this output. And one of the fundamental issues and the core of economics is distribution of this output in accordance to some welfare function. So when we are thinking about well-being in old age, even if all the main decisions have been made, this is still an issue related to distribution of the output and of the, you call it GDP or whatever. So I think the concern of well-being and the material side of well-being of older people is, from that point of view, an equality between women and men in old age. From that point of view, is at the heart of our discipline. Secondly, the issue relates in a longer term perspective to the topic of contracts, or the issue of contracts. There's a certain social contract which we participate in, and the social contract, it's not written, but it's pretty well understood, I think. The social contract is that while we are, before we retire, while we work and contribute to the well-being of those who are retired today, the younger generation here, eventually when they work and when we retire, they will support our generation in old age. And this contract, once again, is part of this redistribution. It's part of a long-term labor market institutions like insurance, and therefore again is very strongly linked to economic concepts and economics as a discipline. And the credibility of this contract is crucial for our society, so to speak. So I think it's the topic of inequality between men and women and inequality in other dimensions in old age is very much related to economics and to thinking about how our economies should be structured and to thinking how our social welfare function should be designed and thought of.
Thank you so much, and students, take notes.
Actually, may I add another thought here about this, that, well, elderly people are not like coming to Earth from another planet. They are us in the future. So basically, in a sense, what you get on your pension at older age, it depends on our choices during the productive lifetime, but it's also like partial motivation to make these choices and studying what are conditions of life of elderly people in our society, well, basically informs us and makes us to make potentially better decisions during the previous periods of our life to affect our state at the elderly ages.
Thank you. And let's talk a little bit about young generation and the collaboration between later stages people in late stages and early. So in our region, it's traditional for grandparents usually to take care of the child, like having child care. And my question is it really popular in like more developed countries, or should we assume that it's a limitation for social security system? Can we really think that this childcare is kind of unpaid work that grandparents and people at later life stages do? How do you think? Monica, please.
Mentioning childcare from the perspective of utilizing grandparents and their help is actually an interesting factor that may contribute to inequalities in older age and actually shows differences between gender in older age from this perspective. So naturally in the region, women, so grandmothers, are definitely more likely to take care of grandkids. Though this pattern is changing, and we do observe that in the survey, in different surveys and over time. What I wanted to underline here, from the perspective of maybe inequalities between gender, is that, and actually you can discuss this, we can discuss this further, but there are many different studies that show differential effects of taking care of grandchildren for different aspects of life of grandparents. There are those who highlight how beneficial the taking care of grandchildren is for grandparents who are already retired, from the perspective of their mental health, from the perspective of their feeling of being useful for the society, for the family, for the perspective of being productive in using their time. Also from the perspective of still keeping their good health, physical health, but also psychological health, like cognitive functioning. But on the other hand, studies highlight that it really depends whether you're a grandparent, whether it's your choice to be a grandparent, and how much of this grandparenting you're actually doing in your life. There are results, there are findings that in countries where there are not enough nurseries or kindergartens, and this grandparental help is kind of required or is sort of a necessity from the parental point of view, and also many women, there are higher employment rates among women, so something that we traditionally have in post-Soviet countries. So in these cases, taking care of grandchildren may be actually detrimental for health, for mental health of grandparents, because they feel overused, because they are doing this not only to spend quality time with their grandchildren, but also because they are they feel forced to do it. And maybe they spend too much time doing it. They do not have enough time for leisure, for other activities they would like to do. While, for example, in Scandinavia, where public support in terms of institutions available with childcare covers most of the, if not all, of the children before school age, grandparenting is more of a choice, and you can actually see that in the findings where the well-being of grandparents is actually increasing if they are spending some time. But usually these are the two differences. So they are spending less frequently time with grandchildren, but then their mental health is better, and taking care of grandchildren is beneficial for mental health. If this is overused, like in some countries it has to be because of the deficiencies of the system, then it might be even detrimental.
Okay, so it looks like caregiving has a positive effect when it's with a want of grandparents to give this care, and it has negative effect when it's forced, when you have to look after kids because of some other limitations. But can we come up with some policy recommendations that can control somehow this negative effect to somehow give grandparents the ability to spend their time the way they want, not by giving this care?
Well, I think that having almost full coverage for in terms of institutions providing childcare would be a way to go, because then it's actually a choice of the parents or grandparents whether the child stays in the institution for 5 hours a day or shorter, because grandmother or grandfather wants to spend more time with the kid, or has more time, or it's just they live close by. So yes, from this perspective, if the system works perfectly, then there's much more space for choice of the individuals.
Thank you. Michal, would you like to add something?
So just to follow up on what Monica mentioned, first of all, your question somewhat assumes that the grandparents are at an age when they can still take care of the grandchildren. In a lot of countries, women decide, or couples decide, to have children at an age when either the grandparents are too old and they themselves require care, or, you know, in many cases, people move up, move out, and grandparents are far away. So, in the first case, actually, the gender aspect is, and the policy aspect of these conditions is that we talk about so-called sandwich generations, where, you know, parents need to take care of their children, but at the same time they need to take care of their parents, of the grandparents of these kids. So it's the demographic and the social changes seem to be going in that direction, rather than in the direction where, you know, 50-year-old grandparents are able to take care of the grandkids. But looking at it in a more abstract way, and again, kind of drawing the discussion a little bit towards economics, economists like to think of, or in terms of constraints. And I think policies should be directed at lifting these constraints. And these constraints can be of different nature. That these can be material constraints. These can be institutional constraints where you just don't have childcare. But these also could be social constraints in terms of social norms. And I think in all these areas, in all these three spheres, there's, you know, potential for policy interventions and policy changes. The easiest and the most obvious one in terms of care, and I would think of care more broadly than that just childcare, because it also, you know, we also need to think of elderly care and long-term care. The obvious policy intervention there is to prepare well-functioning, like Monica said, well-functioning, easily accessible institutions to address these things. But there are other constraints. Social norms are also a constraint. And if we are moving towards a society where equality is at the core of our concerns and interests, then we should think also about these informal social norms and as constraints and try to address them. There are examples from Germany talking about grandparents and grandchildren, where introduction of parental leave for fathers actually affected the social norms of grandparents in terms of their views of who should take care of children. So it's, you know, these things change slowly, but these constraints can also change as a result of policy interventions.
For nice examples. Lev, would you like to add something?
No, I think
Perfect. Really
already covering everything.
good discussion. And let's talk a little bit about money and capital accumulation in the families. Throughout life in families, men and women are commonly together, they accumulate wealth that further transforms into family capital. But due to women live longer than men, women become the main manager of this wealth. So they transform this wealth to other generations or whatever they want to transfer it. And does this phenomenon has any economic consequences, that female become the one who decides, decision maker about the wealth of the family? How do you think?
Well, I think that actually in this dimension, maybe gender inequality may be like one of these worst places, most detrimental effects created by gender inequality. So we kind of live in society, well, still live in society, we're departing from that, but we're still there, where men earn more. Men, like it's common that men handle household finances, whether it be some savings or maybe family company, family firm. So men manage it during the life, but then at the end of the life, it's much more likely that this wealth or this company will be managed by a woman, by a wife, a widow. who during the life had less experience dealing with these things. So we get inefficiency from this right away. So this, I think, shows importance that even more importance that family finances, family business should be run more equally when both spouses are in place. Then decisions would be more efficient when one of the spouses will be dead. Something like that.
Looks like it's an argument for narrowing this gender gap in wages, mostly. So if women get earned as well as men, they will have more expertise, for example, to provide this further transfer capital. Any other ideas on this topic? Is it a problem? Do we consider it as a problem? And
well, again, it has a number of consequences, and I wouldn't be so sure if women are not good at managing finances. There's a lot of research that shows that women are less likely to take risks. So in terms of investing or financial decisions, they might actually be better at that. I don't know how it goes for household finances, but presumably there's research on this aspect as well. But I think what's interesting in the kind of story that relates to what Lev was talking about, differential longevity and mortality, to what Monica was talking about in terms of widowhood, is again an area where there is certainly scope for policy interventions, in that if we are thinking about the material conditions of widows, and we're talking about 10 years, 8 years extra for widows compared to men of life, and that's quite a long span. We are talking about a situation where, in many cases, these women are in relatively difficult financial conditions from the perspective of income, okay, because their pension might be lower, or if they are working, their wages will be lower. But at the same time, they are left usually, or quite often, they are left with the wealth that has been accumulated by both partners, including their house, including maybe some other physical assets. And so we often find a situation where the widows are income poor but asset rich. And it seems that there is a potential to turn these assets into income, so that we wrote a report recently on widowhood in Poland, and showed that if you look at homeowners and you look at couples and widows, the average area of a house or a flat is literally twice as high for widows per capita, is twice as high per widows compared to couples. The obvious conclusion being that widows remain in their house or in the same flat as where they used to live with their husband, for widowers with their wife. And the natural thing to think about is, maybe that would be too much of a burden and too big a house to manage if you're just one person. So perhaps there is a way to draw on this asset, draw some income on this asset to support the income position of the surviving spouse, and turn this asset into, I don't know, a smaller flat or some sort of reverse mortgage, or there could be other policies, other ways of using the joint assets for the remaining years of life
for the person who survived of the couple. And I think there is a lot of potential, certainly, for policy in that respect.
In this dimension, just a couple words. In this dimension, this is actually very relevant for Belarus. Like Belarus is full of especially widows living on like $200-300 per month in like 500,000 apartments.
Well, it is relevant also in other countries, as we're finding the data, and it's a potential, but it actually points towards how important some intervention is, and a quick intervention, because this is what we are observing right now, that those widows stay in their house and they are income poor, but having a lot of wealth. And this is the current situation, not something that we observed in the past. And still, okay, there are examples of how this can be handled with reversed mortgage or other types of policies, but it just points that these do not function well, at least in our countries, in Poland or in Belarus, because either no one actually uses this or knows about it, or maybe they are just not accessible, or I don't know, too expensive. The knowledge of the society might be. So there is a lot of space to actually help these widows to handle the situation better, maybe also help from the children and younger generations.
Just to add to this topic, so this thing about income poor, like apartment rich people, together with the previous question about the role of grandparents, it actually makes me think that naturally with the age people become less mobile. They're less likely to change like the way where they live, to change place where they live, so less mobile in many dimensions. And maybe, I'm not sure of course, maybe there is room for policy that would try to make older people more mobile. So maybe some policies would make people, I don't know, more willing to, again, like change their apartment so that they would be more income rich, or change place of living to be closer to grandchildren, because of course we have like larger and larger geographical mobility in the modern economy. So maybe there is room for that, but that's of course separate, big and complicated topic.
Yes, requires more investigation and policy analysis. And let's somehow finish a little bit our roundtable by speaking about women. As usual, speaking about women, and about triple shock that women experience while having their retirement age. So we know that women in many countries, they earn less than men throughout their lives. So gender wage gap, an obvious topic. Then we know that in many countries, women have early retirement age than men. This is the second burden. And the third one is that women outlive men while having pensions and these retirement earnings. Can we please delve a little bit into the policy measurements and recommendations that aimed at mitigation this triple burden, this triple shock? Can we address this triple shock, and can we deal with it?
I may start. I think actually in Poland you have more experience with that, with special policies. Well, so there are some trivial policies and some less trivial. One trivial is that I don't think that in a modern, non-very industrial economy there is reason for women to retire earlier than for men. Like when these retirement policies were created in 20th century, economies were much more industrial, that required much more physical strength. So And everything was different. Nowadays, with jobs and services, with more and more jobs that require mental health than physical health, so easy fix is to fix one of these three reasons, to have equal retirement age. Then we go to different schemes of how much do we want to equalize these retirement schemes. So, well, easy solution is, for example, like it's in Belarus, like in many countries, is to just have common pension calculation for everybody, which does not depend on gender. If it still depends on income, then we still run in partially the problem, because as you said, yes, there is gender income gap. Well, try to, like, yeah, most policies try to equalize, to have pension less unequal than earnings that preceded that pension. But so.
Can I briefly, so before I leave it to Michał to comment on taking gender-specific average lifetime for calculating pensions. While, well, I think I would agree that increasing retirement age for women should be a goal. There are two aspects I wanted to mention. So first of all, something that Violeta mentioned, gender gap in pay. Well, if you want women to work longer, then more should be done about decreasing the gender gap in pay throughout their life, so that they would be actually willing to work as long as possible. And the gap in pay and salary for work is one of the dimensions, and there are other dimensions of work. Quality of work is important, and more should be done about how flexible and how flexible work is, especially for older workers. Also in terms of just working conditions and the working arrangement, so that working longer would be actually possible. But in terms of other policies that try to tackle the problem of lower pensions of women, there are survivor pensions in many countries, in most of the countries, and they are supposed to cover partially for the earlier deficiencies, but still, I don't think that's the solution to the problem. Yeah, but it's not as easy as just equalizing the retirement age.
I don't think everybody knows what survivor's pension. Can you?
The survivor's pension is the scheme in the public system where the person who lives longer, so who survives the death of usually her spouse, receives has an opportunity to choose between her pension, that her old age pension that she worked on throughout her life, or the survivor's pension, so the pension of her late or deceased husband, or part of this pension. So how it works in Poland, for example, if my husband dies, I can either choose to receive as an old age pension the benefits I worked for throughout my life, or 80% of my late husband's pension. 85% of my late husband's pension, yes.
Yes, it's an interesting policy. Maybe before, Michal, your answer, I just want to ask Monica and Lev once again, can you please explain to me what are the initial arguments behind different retirement age for women and men, including that women spend some time while giving birth to child, they're already out of labor force, they have this great stuff, and the amount of time on work is limited only by giving birth. So why do they have lower early retirement age?
Well, as far as I know, the history, as said, the modern pension system were first created in the beginning of 20th century, which were different from our times in several dimensions, but two most important were, first, most jobs were industrial, and you needed physical strength, men physically on average are stronger, so they can work in these harsh conditions longer. And second was that medicine was much worse, so giving birth, after giving a couple of births, it was most of women were close to modern status of disability. So it was super detrimental for female health. And of course, a century ago, average number of children in this area was 6, 8 per woman. So yeah, basically most of women could not work by this age already.
So actually, in Poland, the story is a little bit more complicated. We still have gender differentiated retirement age, but in our case, it's just politics. In 2011, one of the previous governments introduced a policy of increasing retirement age and equalizing it for men and women. It used to be 60 for women and 65 for men. It was, the reform was introduced to gradually increase it to 67 for both men and women in a very slow, extended process. And it started, and the retirement age started to grow, but this was then used politically in parliamentary and presidential elections in 2015, and the policy was announced that if the opposition wins, they would actually go back to the old retirement age, 60 and 65, and that's what happened. So we still have the gender differentiated retirement age in Poland as a result of that. It seems very unlikely that this will change in the coming years, because it has become a very strongly politicized topic. And it's the current government basically says we will not touch retirement anymore. It's the same government who 10 years ago introduced longer retirement age. But the issue you touched upon is much broader, because the overall inequality, we talked about inequality, we started talking about inequality between men and women in old age. I mean, in some sense, why does it matter? Well, in some sense, it is a reflection or an illustration, accumulation of inequalities throughout life, and to tackle inequality in old age, we should really tackle inequalities throughout the life course. Employment gaps, wage gaps, constraints on the labor market, constraints within the family, allocation of time within households, distribution of resources within households, is, you know, it all accumulates, and then we see the end of it in old age in terms of economic and material financial differences between men and women. The policy that Monica talked about, the survivor's pension, is in some sense a way to address these issues from the point of view of this perspective that a married couple plans their life together, and you know, there's a division of responsibilities within the couple. One of them dies, the other ought to be able to draw a little bit on the pension wealth that was accumulated by the spouse who passed away. And you know, there can be different schemes and different ways of doing this. And we need to remember that we are not only living in an age of growing life expectancy and demographic changes in this aspect, but we also live in an age where, you know, a marriage is not necessarily the obvious lifestyle that people choose. And so we need to adjust the institutions, like the survivor's pension, like the pension system overall, like different styles of partnerships, to account for that, and to be able to generate incentives for men and women to think of their life course material conditions currently and later on in such a way that they are prepared for longer lives, lives in difficult medical conditions and so on, and at the same time prepare institutions to ensure those who maybe haven't managed to accumulate enough resources to pay for their necessary expenses, you know, which may be very high in terms of long-term care, health, and so on.
Yeah, I would add a couple of things, just as the comments. Yeah, so first, Michael mentioned that nowadays that earlier retirement age of women is a political issue. So yeah, nowadays it is. So basically, because of differential mortality, in any country, majority of voters are women. So you want to vote on something that hurts majority of voters, which is kind of hard in modern democratic and prone to populism societies. And with regard to what Michał said about inequality in pensions, yeah, I fully agree. So it is hard to fight inequality after age 65 if we don't fight inequalities during the whole life before that. There are ways to do that, but they're limited. So yeah, the best ways would be, of course, if we would have lower gender wage gaps during productive years, if we would also like do something with male mortality and have lower gender gap in life expectancy. So then we would, by the time of the pension, we would already come up with a more equal society. Yeah, there should be some equalizing in current conditions at the pension, but yeah, we should remember that it leads to situations, sometimes like situations as extreme as in Belarus, where men are not interested in pension system at all. And then it's also not not a desirable policy, such policy which like where half of society doesn't want to participate, but one doesn't want to participate in, would never be very efficient.
Yeah, they don't want, but there is no other chance how not to pay these pension benefits. Okay, I now have a question to guests. Do you have something to ask? And also to our online guests. Do you have any more questions for us to delve into? While you're thinking, maybe we can a little bit think of gender gap and life expectancy, what we've been talking about today. What policies are implemented by different countries to fight this gender gap, to a little bit narrow it? Because we see there is a big differences in in CIS countries, the gap is high. In African countries, we know the gap is low, but because of just lower age at life. And there is countries, a big portion of countries in the middle, who was able to, for some reason, to narrow this gap. Do you know some effective policies how to deal with that have already been implemented?
Well, so let me first start with I didn't talk about trends in this gap of life expectancy. The trends are they're very different. I would talk about two major ones are one trend from poor countries and one from rich countries. So from poor countries, they have trends they increase in this gap in life expectancy. They start with very low life expectancy. I mean, I talk about the poorest countries. In some of the poorest countries, 10 years ago, men actually were even living longer than women, and it was because of super severe inequality, where literally girls were not fed enough to survive. So for them, as they would become richer and richer and their life standards would become better, they would see increase in the gap in life expectancy. So they would see that their women, now in the poorest countries like Togo, Congo, women outlive men on average by half a year. So I guess in next couple tens of years, dozens of years, women there would outlive men for more, for 2-3 years. Apparently, if I would try to guess what is the natural number of years for women to outlive men, so this natural probably something like 2-3 years, something related to just biology, maybe 1 year, I don't know. And among developing countries, there is trend that we're coming from another perspective. In our country, especially in our countries in this region, women outlive men for many years, and so we should have policies that try to help men to survive longer. What are these policies? Well, I guess just working against the main contributors. So some obvious steps, but they're not easy. Some steps would be that to contribute to cultural change, to sometimes get rid of some gender norms, of some this gender behavior, risky gender behavior, to make a new norm for men to utilize health services more, to modernize economy so that there would be less of these risky jobs, especially bad industrial jobs where people die from bad working conditions. I don't think we need to invest a lot in research of in men's health. I think really it is more or less studied, but probably invest more in some prevention techniques, which again including to force men, make men, motivate men to go to doctors more often. Some policies like that. And policy in poorer countries, well, try start feed baby girls as much as they feed baby boys.
Really interesting.
Yes, I do think that different scale of the problem in countries with different development level are there, but I would emphasize here the prevention that you mentioned in different aspects. Maybe awareness campaigns that would be targeted at men specifically, that you know, some behaviors are risky, just to inform in general the society of the consequences of potential actions. What would be effective? There is research already on that. There are information campaigns and prevention campaigns that tackled problems of either breast cancer or early mortality among children, and they were quite successful. Or HIV, maybe take something from there and try to adjust it to the conditions that we have here in post-communist countries. Different types of policies for men and women, since men are more likely to die earlier, but also different design of the policies and different information campaigns of on how these work, and in order to influence the group that you want to target.
Monica, may I please just one follow-up question? Do you know any evidence on people, and especially men, awareness of the consequences of these behavioral factors that affect their longevity? Do they know about, like, tobacco is killing you? Do they know that have alcohol consumption?
Putting pictures of, I don't know, dying lungs on package of cigarettes, whether this is successful. There is research, I'm not sure, this is another thing. I'm not sure whether this research is actually differentiated by gender, so whether they looked at the gender dimension of the results, and probably yes. And I would guess, I haven't looked at it, but I would guess that there are quite specific rules that are good to follow when you want to affect behavior or consciousness of men as compared to women, and they differ. And what type of information campaign you choose based on the gender of the group you want to target. Definitely, there is research there, which of course should be expanded, and then it should be looked further at.
Michal?
So I think in this area, actually, the policies are far easier than in the areas we talked about earlier: gender gap, gender wage gap, employment, retirement. These are really challenging and difficult areas to tackle in terms of policy. Here, I think, pretty much, as Lev said, the research has been done. We know the answers. And it's just a matter of implementing these policies. Some of that is happening in Poland. We have a lot of health awareness campaigns targeted partly at women's health issues, partly at men's health issues. There is a lot of studies that show that economic incentives work. Both ways. In Poland, the consumption and sale of alcohol increased very rapidly from the early 2000s, when taxes on alcohol were cut strongly. So, you know, we can actually have there's actually some policy complementarity in the sense that we can increase taxes on tobacco and alcohol. Increases on tobacco are happening now in Poland. We can increase taxes on tobacco and then use these incomes to do other things. And, you know, there are also, I think, relatively simple policies within already existing practices. So, for example, I don't know how it is in Belarus and in other countries, but in Poland, employees need to go to a health checkup every 2 years to see a doctor. Now, the way the current system works is that you don't really get a proper checkup. So it's more of a nominal signature of a doctor that you can do your job. If this system were used properly, and both men and women were properly checked every 2 years, you have a way to identify problems very early on, including physical health, but also including mental health. We talked about the statistics on suicides, and there's certainly a challenge for mental health specialists to address that part of the reasons behind lower longevity among men. So I think in this area, it seems that policies are relatively easy to implement. They are probably not very controversial, and the government just need to do it.
Good statement.
I would just mention that, okay, at least some controversy there is in the well, some of this like worse for health behavior. It could be a function of other problems. So, like smoking and alcohol, which is again much more prevalent among men, could be a function of the overall stress, and so it's it's relatively easier to make people drink and smoke less. But it's important to keep in mind not to have these policies like too fast and too strong, not to cause spike in suicides, because we can have like non-drinking, non-smoking men just committing suicides, and that's also bad for health.
Don't commit suicides. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, dear experts, for your expertise, for your thinking, for your opinions. It was really great to hear all of you. Thank you, dear guests, for your attention, for your interest. I hope we somehow raised your awareness on different topics, especially men's awareness, if you know what I mean. And now I will transfer just a microphone to Lev to conclude and to make the last remarks.
Yeah, I just want to thank all the participants and our moderator and all the guests and everybody who watched us online. I hope that this event was useful in this way or another. Some of you got ideas about your health, some of you got ideas about economics, maybe some of you got ideas about data sources and potential research, where to look for it, where to start, what is done, what is not. Maybe some of you have trained your English a little bit. So hopefully this conference had something positive for all of us, and to again make it even more positive, we can go for a great lunch, and that would be the end of the day. So thank you, everybody.